Hey everybody. Hope you're all doing good. I am not ready. Trax is ready though. But I'm not ready.
Yay!
Kevin's hosting. Hey Kevin. All right. Yes, Trax. How you doing, Kevin? I am not ready. I am late. Yes, baby. Hop down. Hop down. Hop down if you're sneezing. Hop down. What to email out? What do you mean? As far as like what we were talking about earlier? You know, a good person to ask is Pew. You know who I'm talking about? Okay. Water. I just got paint all in my hair. My hair is full of paint. Hey, Bram. How are you doing? You're good? What you been up to? Anything fun and exciting? Hey, Liza. Man, I'm having a hard time seeing today. Everything's blurry. I might have to go get my other glasses. How are things with you, Liza? Yeah? What's been going on? I gotta get my mouse off chat. It's making stuff all weird. So I am hoping that we can get these 2 paintings done today so that I can get pictures of them and get them up on the website. And then when I come back from a holiday break, we can start on either those season paintings or the empowerment series. Thank you. Uh-oh. Oh my gosh. Yes, that's stressful. Is it that my glasses are just super dirty? Is that my problem? Maybe that's my problem. Yeah. That's stressful. Camo Kim, what's up? So good to see you here. What have you been up to? Got my Twitch recap and was absolutely shocked because it said I'm a super fan of Chaotic Gabs. I was like, okay. Obviously spent more time in her stream than I thought I did. But that's kind of cool. I think she's fabulous, so I'm not mad about it. Spritz cookies. What? It sucked. I just got it in my email. It was stuck in spam. I know, right, Kevin? She really is, Camo Kid. She really is. The whole fishing community, just in general, I love all of them. I just really do. It was really cool, too. My husband did like a little interview podcast thing with JT Hickman on YouTube. And it was live, and it was cool to see the community there. Like, it's hard for me because I don't really know who's who because people's names are different or whatever. But it was really cool to see some people show up to support him. He was a little bit nervous. Not over JT, like they've known each other for a long time, but just, you know, something new. But he had such a good time, and it was really cool. Like, the conversation in the chat was cool. It was, like, I really enjoyed it. And it's always fun to be able to just, you know, be there and be proud of my husband. Like, that makes my day. Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, and you know, for me, because we've known Fish Stalker, right? Which is obviously how I met Liza. But that was back in his Sea of Thieves days. But him going to fishing content is how I got to meet everybody that way. And like, it's been awesome. Like, I really enjoyed it. I mean, it's something I'm interested in anyway. You know what I mean? Fishing is something I enjoy anyway. I don't get to do it as much as I would probably like to. But I can always live vicariously through other people. This big white glob of paint in my hair right here is going to make me crazy. Took me 2 seconds of streaming to get paint in my hair. Yeah. Liza, right? I don't know who you're talking about. Liza's going to pretend she doesn't know him until she gets a dip. He needs to send her French onion dip. And then he'll be back in her good graces. So Liza, did you get it all worked out, or did you just have to step away and you'll get it worked out later? Is it going to be okay? All right. We're going to let that dry for a minute. Yeah. That's all right. Step away, clear your head. We'll talk about something else. And you can get back to it when it's not as rough on you. Oh. So my grandson decided that he wanted to spend the whole weekend with us. He is the cutest person ever. So he and I spent all day long yesterday. I didn't even turn on my computer until just a little bit ago. He spent all day yesterday with me. And we played Rock'em Sock'em Robots. Do you guys remember that? Do you know what that is? It's like a plastic boxing ring with little plastic robot boxers. And you hit the buttons and they do this until one of the heads pops up, right? I bought him, so we get a family game every Christmas. This has been a tradition since my kids were born. I buy a family game every Christmas, a board game, and then we play it together, right? And it's been different, you know, like there was Pictionary, and then and Apples to Apples, and learning games when they were little, and Rock'em Sock'em Robots was one of those one year. Operation Candyland, Monopolies, all kinds of Monopoly. And then when they got older, it was like Cards Against Humanity, right? Because they're adults. And we did D&D one year, and, you know, whatever. Anyway, so I have all these old games, right? And so now he's 9, so he wants to play them. So he goes into, instead of having a coat closet in the living room, that's his game closet. It's got all of his games in it. Now, mind you, he also has 2 huge totes of toys in the basement, and the spare room is his room, you know. Okay, he's my grandson. Anyway, so he's like, Mama, you want to play a game? I said, sure, go get one. So he opens up the coat closet, and he goes, oh, we can play Roblox. And I was like, Roblox? And then he looks at me with like this shocked look on his face. And he goes, no, that's not what it's called. I said, you mean Legos? He goes, no, Roblox, not Roblox, like fighting Roblox. I was like, what? So he grabs it and he's like, what is this called? Like he's really frustrated. I guess he can't remember. Robot socks. And I was dying. I'm like, it's Rock'em Sock'em Robots, buddy. You want to play that? He's like, yeah. So we played that for a little bit, and then he put it up. Then he got Operation. We played that for a little bit, and we watched Super Cooper Sunday on YouTube, and we watched a couple movies, and we just chilled out all day long. Just chilled out. He ate all day. He doesn't eat like a whole bunch in one sitting, but he wants to have like 18 meals a day. You know what I mean? Right? I love this age. This is such a fun age. It's such a fun age. Because he still thinks I'm cool. Right? Like I've always been his favorite. Mama's his favorite. Okay? And he'll tell everybody that Mama's his favorite. But he still thinks I'm cool. And I'm not that cool. Right? But he thinks I am, and that's enough. Now, about 3 years from now, I'm going to become very uncool to this child's mind, right? But right now, he still thinks I'm cool, so I'm just loving it. It's fun. So, oh, by the way, look what I got. I got a Gamehurst jersey. Check this out. Cena is fun, yes. Yeah, so I got this, and I took a shower, got dressed this morning. Came downstairs, and he was all kinds of impressed because I had my name on a jersey. My great-grandparents lived to be 109, 110. I was in high school when they passed. But I come from evil people, camel kids, so, you know, my family makes jokes that my people don't die because God and the devil are fighting over who has to take them, not who wants them. And it's probably true. My grandmother still lives on her own and runs her own business, and she's 90. So, you know. 93. Oh, wow. Well, that's wonderful, though. That's wonderful. It's amazing that you had all that time with her. That's fabulous. Like, that's just a gift. 100%. My husband's grandmother and great uncle, when they got older, they sold the farm and built a house that was half a block down from us, so I could walk down and take care of them during the day. And I did that with a set of newborn twins and a 4-year-old. But we went down there every day and made sure that they had, you know, everything that they needed. And for the last 2 years, his grandmother was completely bedridden. But his great uncle, 3 years before he passed, his hip just disintegrated. Like, he didn't have an accident, nothing happened, you know what I mean? But he had to have a hip replacement. And he went through rehab and came right home. I mean, didn't miss a beat. He did great with it. It's amazing. Because I can remember a time, when that was a death sentence. And it's not anymore, which is incredible. Was it osteoporosis? I don't remember. I don't remember if he had osteoporosis. I know that so he started working in coal mines when he was 11 years old. And because he was a kid, they'd put him into, and this was taken into consideration, this is, 100 years ago, okay? They'd run a canary down there, and then they'd run him down there with lanterns to hang the lanterns because he was little. That's what they used to do with the little kids in coal mines around here, which is awful. And from that, as he grew up doing that, he became an electrician. And he ran electric wires when electricity became a thing, a big thing. I mean, it was a thing, but, a bigger thing. And would run the lights for the mines. And then, technology advanced and his job did too. But he'd always had trouble with his hips, and he said it was because of working in the coal mine. So I don't know if he had just had like injuries, and then when he got older, I don't know. But like I said, it's not like he fell down or he did anything. It just, his hip just degraded and needed to be replaced. But after he retired from the coal mine, he became a bus driver. He's an incredible man. He drove school bus for years and then retired from that too. He was probably the most genuinely kind person, just kind to the core of his soul, that I've ever met in my life. If anybody should have had a family and children, if anybody would have been the best father in the world, he would have been. But he didn't have a family, he didn't have children, because his sister, she married and had a baby. That's my mother-in-law. And when the baby was 1 year old, her husband died. He was involved in a train accident. And so because Carl was the only male, he was the only boy, it was his job to take care of him. So he took care of both of his sisters. He took care of his mother until she passed, and then he lived with the one sister, and then the other sister lived in the house right next door to him on the farm. Took care of her until she passed, and then we moved them off of the farm and took care of Mildred until she passed. And then just about 2 years later, he passed away. His job was done in his mind. But he took care of his family. None of the women ever worked, right? Because he took care of them. He was just an incredible human being. And it was my honor to be able to be there and help take care of him when he needed it. But he'd sit my twins on his lap, and, they were itty-bitty. They were just babies. And he'd tell them all about his stories, right? So I learned more about this man in his last year of life than my husband had ever known about him. Because in his entire life, he had never focused on himself, right? He went to work and came home, didn't talk about work. He didn't talk about how hard it was. He didn't talk about how difficult it was. He didn't talk about what he sacrificed. He never discussed it. But in the year before he passed, he talked about, I mean, he went way back in time, right? Well, but back then they didn't, and they were farmers. So when I say they didn't work, I mean outside of the farm. They worked. Those women worked. Don't get me wrong, okay? But he worked outside of the farm to make enough money to support everybody. And then they had the farm too. But at the time I'm talking about, you know, I mean, my mother-in-law is in her 70s. You know, none of them would ever, no woman would ever have worked outside the home for that generation. Not outside the farm. Like, it was really, really rare. And if you did, it was strange, you know. But he just took care of everybody. And what's interesting is that when he would talk about, you know, nobody had ever heard about this man dating, or about ever wanting to get married, or ever wanting to have kids. Like, he had never talked about it to anybody. And I had just gave him breakfast one day, and he just finished it. And we were sitting in the front room, and I had a box of photos from the farm, and I wanted to see if he could identify some people in them that the rest of the family couldn't. You know what I mean? Yes, Liza, that's amazing. And he started going through the photos, and instead of talking about people in the photos, he started talking about people that he knew in high school. He never finished high school because, of course, he was working. He did get schooling, but not like what we consider schooling. But he looked me dead in the eye and he said, "You know, I was in love once." And I was like, "What?" He's like, "Yeah, I was in love once. Here, I'm gonna go grab something. I'm gonna show you. This is the coolest shit ever." So he told me he was in love once, right? And I said, "What? You were in love?" And he said, "Yeah." He said he met a girl and they talked and they used to go for walks. And she'd bring him a pop out of the company store every day. So he tells me to go in the garage. And somewhere in the garage, and he didn't know where, was a bottle. Go find it. So I go get this bottle. And I said, "What is this?" Right? Like, this is cool. It's got a porcelain stopper on it. Like, it's a cool bottle, right? And he said that they had this bottles, and the first time you got a pop, you had to buy the bottle, and then you took the bottle back every day. And if you took your bottle back, they'd refill it, and you could have another pop. I was like, "What?" He said, "Yeah." So she liked Carl, and she asked her dad for enough money to buy him a bottle so that he could have a pop every day. And I was like, well, what happened? You know, did she move away? Did you guys break up? What happened? He said, oh no, she still lives down there. She lives in Greene County. He said, she still lives down there. I said, well, did you court her? Right? Did you guys go on dates? He said, oh yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. He said, but then it came time to talk to her dad about marrying her, and I couldn't do it because I had to take care of my family. And I was like, what? He said, oh yeah, we stayed friends. We stayed friends my whole life. He says, the only love I ever had. And I was just like, so I go home and I tell my husband, hey Kevin, thank you for the bits. I tell my husband, I said, did you know this? He said, no. I asked my mother-in-law, did you know this? No. Nobody in the family knew a thing about it. So it isn't just that he didn't marry because he didn't meet anybody or he didn't want to pursue it or whatever. He actively made the choice to take care of his family instead of himself. He's just an amazing man. But check this out. Let's see if you guys can read this on screen. Can you read the date? Yeah. It's still got the original stopper and everything. Ignore the dust. It sits in my kitchen up above my window. How freaking cool is that? And on the bottom it says, this bottle is not to be sold because you can only rent them. I'd never even heard about it. I'd never known that that was a thing. But the coal mines in Indiana, or the coal companies in Indiana, I should say, not every mine, but the coal companies, had a company store. And that song, right? I sold my soul to the company store. I guess you could buy everything there. You bought your drinks for the day, you bought your food for the day. You could go through the Sears catalog and order yourself a house to build yourself out of the company store, and all of it came out of your paycheck before you got a penny. They deducted all of it. So you just never got the money. You just continually paid the company store, and then you worked and then never got a paycheck. And Carl told me the reason that this practice stopped is because if they didn't pay you, they didn't have to pay taxes, and neither did you. Which is why the workers supported this. And the reason why it stopped is because the federal government and the state government wouldn't allow it to continue because they weren't getting their full tax dollars. I'm telling you, some of the most interesting conversations I ever had were with that man. So, Camo Kid, I am happy that you had that time with somebody of that age that could understand and express to you what the world used to be like. Like, that's just invaluable. And the funny thing about it is, like, you hear stories like that, whatever, right? And it seems like, you know, that's just part of a myth of the Oregon Trail or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, okay, those are just old mining stories, or those are all just whatever. But you know, when a guy's telling you a story And hi, Pew. Okay. And he says, here, go get the bottle. And I'm holding in my hand the exact bottle from a woman that he was in love with. Like, that you're right, Liza? Oh. You mean her stories from when you were little, Liza, or stories from before you were born? So how she's surprised, right? How she survived. Yeah, it's amazing. But you know, I'm sure our our grandkids will probably see it the same way, right? I mean, the farmhouse on my great grandma's farm had a dirt floor. And I was in high school when they moved off the farm. So when I was in high school, my great grandmother was living in a house that had a hard packed dirt floor. Little house on the prairie. Yeah. And high school. Yeah. Drink kerosene. Have a clock soaked in mustard on her chest. Oh my gosh, yes. Yes, mustard packs. Disgusting. Methylate. My grandmother is obsessed with methylate. They put that on every cut I had. And thank God I wasn't allergic to iodine until I was an adult, or they would have killed me. You guys know what methylate is? It's an ancient medicine to clean cuts. It's it's got kind of like a reddish yellow tint to it. I don't even know if I'm saying it wrong. That's just how my family says it, but methylate. Is that it? Can I see a picture of it? I've never spelled anything so wrong in my entire life. That's not it. Here you go. Check this out. See this right here? It literally says it's a tincture. You know, like what witches make. Apparently you can buy it at Walmart, which boggles my mind. Yeah, they put that on me for every little cut, every scrape. It was horrible. It was horrible. Okay, it was horrible. Hurt like hell. That and Vicks. You have chapped lips, chapped hands, sunburn, anything like that. You put bag balm on it, the same stuff we used on the cows. Yeah, Vicks. Yes, my mother or my grandmother would shove Vicks into my sinus cavity, all over my chest, and then stick a dab of it onto the roof of my mouth. Do not do that, people. Okay, don't do that. It's not meant to be oral. No, don't shove it up your nose. Don't do any Don't do any of those things, okay? Don't do those things. They're not good for you. Right, Liza? Yes. My grandmother thought that the invention of Vicks was the best thing that ever happened. I had bronchitis as a child, and she was convinced that if I just used enough Vicks, I wouldn't have bronchitis anymore. I missed a spot. Pink medication? Bear? I don't know. Tylenol? Liquid? Pepto-Bismol? I can't. I can't think of a pink liquid. But they also used to boil a pot of water with fresh spearmint and anise seeds in it, and then make me put a towel, amoxicillin, yes. Put a towel over my head and put my face over the steaming water and breathe that in. Awful. It's awful. And then later my grandmother decided that she could just put Vicks in that boiling water and then steam me with Vicks so that I could breathe. Yes, I have taken my fair share of amoxicillin. I've given my kids their fair share of amoxicillin, for that matter. Oatmeal baths, yes. I had super sensitive skin as a kid growing up. Obviously, I have vitiligo. And the solution was really disgusting oatmeal baths. You know, right after you broke me out in a rash from covering me in Vicks, you can put me in an oatmeal bath. Thanks. I got chicken pox on my 7th birthday. My dad's family, who barely had anything to do with me growing up other than me being dumped there in the summertime when I was little, decided to take the summer and go on a cross-country trip. So they went from Oregon to Boston, Massachusetts. And on my birthday, and by the way, I'm going to tell this story and I want you to know I have huge blanks in my memory from being a child. And my time frames don't always add up from what I was told happened from the family and what may have actually happened. Anybody else have that problem? But I do know it was my 7th birthday. In theory, I was there for summer vacation, but somehow we made it from Oregon to Boston or to Niagara Falls by June 24th, which doesn't add up. But anyway, I do know I was on Niagara Falls on my birthday, and I woke up the morning of my birthday and I had chicken pox everywhere. So they weren't going to let me out of the camper. This cross-country trip happened with a truck with a camper on the back of the truck, the campers that sit in the bed of the truck. So I woke up with chicken pox, and they weren't going to let me out of the truck, and they weren't going to let me see the falls. So they all left me in the camper by myself. This is the shit I have serious questions about as an adult, but whatever. To go, have their little day at Niagara Falls. So they took a tour and did the whole thing at the bottom of the falls and went to the top of the falls and went over to the Canadian side and the whole thing. And presumably I was just alone. So I left the camper and went into the gift shop, and I had money for my birthday. Somebody had given me cash, I don't know who, and I wanted to buy a set of little Dutch wooden shoes that said Niagara Falls on them, and they would put your name on them. And I asked him to put the date on them because it was my birthday, and I still have the shoes. Like, they're not shoes. I mean, they are shoes, but they're, only this big. Anyway, so I did that, and then I went back to the camper alone. I did all this alone. And then I walked down to the falls and joined a tour and went on a tour of the falls. And then somebody had a question about where were my parents. And I told them that my mother was in Washington. And they thought, hey, new guy, they thought I meant D.C. and not Washington State. And then they got all kinds of upset, and I had to talk to a security guard, and I told them I had to go to the bathroom, and then I ran and went back into the camper, where I got caught. And I got in all kinds of trouble because I could have given chicken pox to people because I had chicken pox. So now when I became an adult and I had my own kids, I was like, I don't understand. Because there's all these pictures of my grandparents and my dad at Niagara Falls doing all this stuff. And I'm not in any of them. So I was like, how long did it take you? Like, how long was I left completely unattended? Shit like that just boggles my mind. But it took until I was an adult to start really I got questions. Like, I don't understand how this worked. Who does that? Who drives a little kid all the way across the country, and on their birthday, they're at this incredible national monument and stay in the truck. You just stay in the truck. We're going to go have our vacation. Because I could not possibly, inconvenience anybody else by being sick. Like, that's not okay. And my kids got chicken pox. I was like, oh my gosh, right? Like, they were miserable. I mean, they were in oatmeal baths. I was like, putting different clothes on them because everything was itchy. I was letting them run around naked in the house because they were itchy. I was doing everything in my power to distract them. Like, I'm like, how the hell? And I had chickenpox in the back of a camper while we were on a cross-country trip. And y'all just decided that that wasn't going to get in your way? Okay. I wonder why as a teenager I had self-esteem problems. Scar on his forehead from chickenpox? I didn't get any scars. I also do not recall big parts of that trip. So I don't know how bad it was. I mean, I've seen pictures of me in the camper with chickenpox. So I know it's true. But I don't have any scars. And when Lady Brittany got chickenpox, first thing I did was like rub her all over the twins. I was like, well, if one of you is going to get them all, you're going to get them. And then they all three had it at the same time, so it was fine. Like the twins had it within days. So pretty sure, you know, they already had it because I think it takes like 14 days once you've been exposed. But they were pretty miserable, all three of them. It was no fun. Small circular dip. Oh, my husband has one. He might have a couple of them actually. And then he has a scar from on his arm from getting the multiple vaccines at the same time. From when he was little. Like when they give you like or they used to anyway, one shot for measles, mumps, I don't know, rubella, whatever. All the things. Oh yeah, that looks much better. That looks much better. Scars from acne, yeah. Mine are just all from injury and surgery. But I never had any well, I can't say I never had any skin problems. I did. I had vitiligo my whole life, but I didn't have any like acne problems ever, or pimple problems really, until I was in my 40s. Which sucks. Did I miss something? I'm sorry. All I can see is Nightbot's big thing. Oh, I'm sorry, Liza. Hey, Buzz. What the heck? What are you saying what the heck about? Grocery shopping, and on the way home it got dark as he fell asleep when I got home and took the groceries out before him. You left me in the car all night. Oh my gosh. And that's how he remembers it. Yeah, you never know how kids are going to remember stuff, man. Be careful what you say and do around your kids. Oh, Buzz, what you saying what the heck for? What you doing? Oh my gosh. That's probably not funny to you. I'm sorry. It would not be funny to me. I would be like, you know what? And how do you disprove that memory? Like you can't do anything about it. On bacon bread, like you just can't fix it, right? And it wouldn't matter how many times you told him the truth. Oh my gosh. Well, I will tell you that Dark Golden Soul insisted that I'm going to refer to her as she was a she at this time, but she is a he now, so just to be clear. Getting those pronouns right in the past to the future is difficult for me. I struggle with it, but I try. Remember the time Mom... Hey, Sabine. Well, thank you. I appreciate you being here. So Dark said that she got lost in the grocery store, right? And said she remembers laying on the floor and crying, and I was nowhere to be found. I said, okay, tell me what it looked like. Tell me what the grocery store looked like. Tell me what you're talking about, because I do not recall any of my children ever getting lost in a public place, ever. So I was like, and I'm not saying it isn't possible, and I'm not saying you can't be a good parent and your kids get lost, because it happens, okay? I'm just saying it didn't happen to mine. Anyway, so Dark explains the store to me. And Dark's twin sister was like, you didn't get lost. Mom left you. Now, at this point, the memory shifted in both of their heads to I left Dark in a store and completely walked away. Now, here's what actually happened. It is the one and only time one of my children attempted to throw a temper tantrum. And it was Dark. Dark threw herself on the floor and began kicking her feet and screaming because she wanted something. I don't remember what. And I said no. So I turned my back and pushed my cart. 2 steps. I walked 2 steps. This child was still within arm's reach of me. Had I stretched my leg, I would have touched her with it, okay? At this point, Minnie, Dark's twin, Starts screaming, no, don't leave her. Don't leave her. Panics, completely panics, crying. And I'm like, we're not leaving her. Okay? But shush. Dark panics because her twin sister is panicked and jumps up. Right? And I said, you need to stop right now and you need to tell me that you're sorry. You do not behave like that in the grocery store. And then Dark had to sit in the cart for the rest of the time. Dark didn't get to walk alongside the cart. Dark had to sit in the cart because Dark couldn't control herself. And we went about our business. And then when they're like teenagers, Dark's telling this story about the time that she got lost in the grocery store and I just left her. And I was like, this isn't even close to reality. Like, you were never out of arm's reach of me. I walked 2 steps away from, and even if I had walked halfway down an aisle, whatever, you know what I'm saying? That child was never out of my sight. And I was like, the two of you are the most dramatic people on the face of this earth. You know that? You're so damn dramatic that you'll change a whole memory to make it seem like it was worse than it was. But you never know. Like, you never know what they're going to remember, right? And I have had to recheck my memory several times. Most of the time, mine goes the opposite way, though. Like, I'll tell a story and I think it's just a funny story, and then whoever I'm telling the story to looks at me like they're absolutely horrified, and they're like, no, this is not okay. And I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. That's just my childhood. Sorry. I don't have normal stories. Sorry. Right? But I've had to check my memory several times. Like, is this normal? Was this okay? Was this abusive? Like, because I can't tell the damn difference because it was just my normal. But my kids, on the other hand, the most dramatic. The most. All right, Camel Kid, good to see you, though. Thanks for hanging out. All right. We'll see you around. You know, I was on TikTok the other day, and this lady said, be careful what you say to kids, because she was in, like, I want to say like her 60s or whatever. And the first time she ever put on makeup when she was little, her mother told her she looked like a clown. And that's a voice that's been in her head ever since. And that thought goes with this conversation, you know what I mean? Because you never know. Never know what they'll remember, never know what they're going to learn or not learn from whatever it is that you're doing. But I don't know, with kids you just gotta do your best. Do your best and see what happens. I mean, that's pretty much all you can do, right? So, today is going to be the only day I stream this week. I'm going to be off on Wednesday and Thursday. Wednesday to get ready for Thursday, and Thursday is actually the holiday we're celebrating. And while this dries a little bit, I'm going to go grab myself a drink. Because I still have coffee and don't have anything else. So I'm going to be right back. I'm coming back, guys.
What's up, chat?
Mister says hi. Did I miss anything? Nope. I did not miss anything. So go me. Literally nothing happened. So when I come back on Sunday, guess what we get to do? Guess what we get to do? We get to start with Stream Raiders. Are you okay? You can't stick it all the way up in your mouth. My gosh, he gagged himself on my paintbrush. Stop, I'm trying to do details. Stop. This is why I kicked you out. Well, you don't have to. Who are you talking to anyway? I think everybody's lurky today. Stop. Stop. So I'm excited that we get to start Stream Raiders. You know why? Because Stream Raiders reached out to me and asked me if I would like to start. Okay, I can't have you eating this paintbrush while I do this. Start doing Stream Raiders. And they offered me a sponsorship package, which means when we start on Sunday, we will have a Mrs. Flag Bearer. Hey, husband. Which is super cool to me. So that'll be fun. Yeah. It'll be a flag bearer with a little Mrs. Hart. Tracks. Husband, come get your cat. Trax, why don't you go bother Daddy? Huh? Why don't you go bother Daddy? I know. He always wants attention. That's all he ever wants. He is a good little streamer boy, though. Aren't you? Yes, you're a good streamer cat. We don't have music. We just have constant purring. Maybe if we pet him for a little bit, he'll calm down. Oh, hey, husband, you want to tell Liza what you ate right before stream? You can. I'm not mad at you. That's right. He had chips and French onion dip right before stream. I know. Oh. Okay, buddy. Leave my drink alone. Can't rub on my drink. Gross. So, Mr., right? I know, we need to get her some. Oh, I did find out though, I can buy dry ice from Meijer. So I can buy a chunk of dry ice from Meijer, and then I can put it into a box and then ship. We can't afford it, Buzz. I'd be buying it if I could afford it. And then I could ship it to you, but I'm scared to do it because I'm afraid like part of it would freeze and it's a dairy product, and then I don't want to make you sick. You know what I mean? So I'm a little scared of it. Tracks. Yes, I would mind. It's so good. But the problem is we drink them like I drink that faster than water. Like they just go right down. You know what I mean? It's like $3 a can. Tracks. Buddy. If I give you treats, will you lay down? Is this what you want? Come here. Come here. If I give you treats, will you lay down in your bed? Come here. Get up here on your blankie. There you go. Can you eat those and lay down? Hey, phew. Oh, excuse me. Hey, gorilla. 22 at Sam's, and they ship for free if you remember. Thank you, Liza. How you doing, gorilla? Hey, Red. I am too, Liza. That's why that's the only one that I buy. I love you, buddy. I do. You're so cute. I love you. I do. Okay. I don't get to stream for a whole nother week, okay? So I need to get stuff done today. And you are not being a good helper. No, I know. You're so cute. Don't put your ears back. Go see Daddy. I can't just sit here. You're down to 11 cases. I can't just sit here and pet the cat. I need this finished. I want this finished so that next Sunday I can start on this next series. It's important to me. My cat or boy is not helping me out. I'm super excited about this series. Did you all see it put together? Right? Just my cat purring nonstop, gorilla. He is a good cat or boy. I'm excited about actually hanging these up and taking photos of them, because as a series they look so good together on the wall. His thing with JT was really cool. But he's been doing a good job with his YouTube videos. Someday soon, I will be better at mine. You're all right. Watch this guy, May, on YouTube. He does like catch and cooks. Really? That's cool. So he does, like, he goes fishing and then he does like a shore lunch? Where he cooks them right there? That's really cool. You can come up here and get in a kayak with OEF? You could be a guest star. I'd knock him in the water. Wow. Wow. I wouldn't knock you in the water, gorilla. I'll tell you what I would do, though. I'd spend forever trying to figure out how I could feed you good while you were here. Because I know you're a special case, so I'd have to figure out how to do something unique just for you. Oh my gosh, really? You can't swim, really? Oh my gosh. Lakes and open water, you get freaked out? Oh, that's a really common fear. When I was going through my TFCBT classes, there was a whole study that was done on the Jaws effect, the movie Jaws. and how fear of open water under you had become a new fear since that movie, whereas before, open water that you could see, right? Being able to see open water for too far was a fear and overwhelming to people. And the Jaws effect, because of that movie, made people fear open water beneath them. So the deeper the water, the greater the fear. It was so interesting. It's actually one of the most interesting psych training courses I've ever had. Because it talked about how people who had never had any kind of traumatic experience near the water or anything like that developed this fear, and how many people developed that same fear. And statistically, it was so much higher. It was really interesting to me. You're married to that. What are you talking about? Kindergarten kid, you're with your dad. He was watching a weird dino and water movie, and dinos ate people. Yep. Yep. It does affect you. People don't think it does. It really does. Hell of a good French onion dip. Actually, any hell of a good dip. It's a brand. But hell of a good French onion dip is my go-to. With wavy lays. It's HELLUVA good. That is the brand. Hell of a good French onion dip. So, I knew how to swim, sorta, from being a little kid. But I learned how to swim because a bunch of boys at a pool we were living in a Airstream trailer in Burbank, California. We're playing King of the Mountain and pushing each other into the pool. And I was not playing and did not want to play. I was afraid of it because I couldn't really swim. And my mother's boyfriend at the time thought it would be funny to pick me up and throw me in the deep end. And I sank to the bottom and just sat there until somebody scooped me up and pulled me out. I never even tried. I just sank. And this sounds awful. So anyway, the families that saw this happen, whatever, it felt bad for me because it was obvious that there was issues there. And the kids taught me how to swim. I mean, I remember being at that pool unattended all the time. Like, I never had a parent with me, right? And they taught me how to swim. But, unfortunately, because this happened, I thought I had been on the bottom of the pool for like a really, really long time. As an adult, obviously, I don't think that I was. But I was absolutely convinced that I could breathe underwater. Like, I was convinced that I could breathe underwater and that I couldn't die that way. So, unfortunately, I had the reverse effect from this as a normal human being. And we go down to the freeway lakes so my mom could meet up with friends and stuff, which is another. Anyway. And I go jump in the freeway lakes, which, if you guys don't know what freeway lakes are, when they build a highway or a freeway, They'll dig out all the rock like alongside of it, right? And then they'll just fill that big pit up full of old machinery and metal and logs, and then pour water over the top of it, and you're not supposed to go in them. So I grew up for years swimming in freeway lakes. Like Liza was saying earlier, I don't know how I survived. Yeah, I don't know how I survived either. But, hanging out in the trees around a freeway lake is where people did, nefarious shit. So, you know, but I became a really good swimmer. And when I was in junior high, I attempted to join a swim team. All right, husband, thanks. And they wouldn't let me join because you had to know different strokes. Like you had to know breaststroke and butterfly and and I didn't know anything. I just could get from one spot to another, right? Just flailing my body around like an idiot. And I always thought I was pretty sleek in the water. Turns out I wasn't. But they 100% were just like, what are you doing? That's not a stroke. You're not swimming. I was like, yeah, I'm swimming. Right? Like, that video, I'm fast as fuck boy? That's who I thought I was. And I was not. I was not at all. I mean, I thought I was like really good. I thought I was really strong. I could hold my breath for a long time. I could go really fast. Like I thought I was doing a great job. And it turns out that I just look like an idiot, Hey, alien. Is it ever not a weird time? Alien, you showed up on my Twitch recap. My most watched channels. You, Brownie, Obi, and Fish. I read that and I was like, those are my most lurked on channels. That's what that is. You appreciate it? Oh, you don't have to appreciate that. I just thought it was funny. I love pools and got lucky enough once to live by one. It's amazing how you can make your lungs stronger and stronger. Yes! 100% Liza. That was like my life goal for a while, right? Get from one end of the pool to the other without ever breathing. Is that impressive, Red? You think that's impressive? Why is that impressive? The funny thing about it is, like, I tried to, this year in particular, tried to support as many people as possible, and especially with 100 artists, right? Tried to be there for streams and all that kind of stuff. And what's happened is, you just can't be everywhere all the time. You just can't be everywhere. I try, but you just can't. Lived there 10 months, but it was great. That trailer park that we stayed at in Burbank, we were only there for a few months, that had the pool. But we were I mean, we lived in 4 cities in California in about 6 months, right? We just, well, more than that, but we just moved all over. Oh, I would love it. I absolutely love the water. Yeah, when I had therapy, I had physical therapy because of my sciatic. Um, they did it in a pool and it was wonderful. I freaking loved it. It is. These are the last 2, Alien. I'm hoping to get it done. Hoping to get it done today, and then we're gonna start on. I'm not sure which one. One of the 2 that we're either gonna start on the seasons or we're gonna start on that empowerment one. But I'm hoping to get pictures done and have this up on the website by tomorrow. That's what I'm shooting for anyway. That's my goal. We'll see if we can get these done or not. This is a really pretty one. I'm happy with it. I want a hot tub. A few sports you can do without problems, just not good at diving anymore because of panic when you run out of breath. I can see that. But you don't have to dive to swim. Like, you know what I mean? I look at those as separate things. Like, my husband is afraid of heights, so diving is a problem for him. Now, he's fine if you push him off, but he can't do it himself because you know what I'm saying? He, like, freezes up, and you have to physically help him because he can't do it himself. Yeah, when he was in the Army, right, when they were going to do the jumps like off of the great big tall walls or out of helicopters, whatever, he'd just look at a guy and be like, "You're going to have to push me. I can't do it. You're going to have to push me." And they would, and they just push him off because he couldn't get started himself. It was one of the things that I found interesting when we first started dating, because he's like, yeah, I'm afraid of heights and I'm afraid of spiders and whatever else. And I was like, the fuck? Like, how are you afraid of shit? Because at the point in my life when I met him, like, I wasn't afraid of anything. I mean, nothing. Just the underwater. Yeah. I get what you're saying, Red. Just, yeah, I get you. So I was shocked, which is totally stereotypical of thinking on my part. It's not right. But I was shocked because I'm like, you're a great big guy. What the fuck are you afraid of? Why would you be afraid of anything? Right? Like, just because he's a big guy, he's not human. Yeah, see, he's done those, but they have to shove him out. I wanted to do skydiving so bad. And then, back in 91, 92, when I was pregnant with Lady Brittany, we went to the state fair back in Washington State, and it was the first year that they ever had the bungee jumping. I was like, oh my God, I want to do this so bad. But, I was pregnant, and they frown on that. So they wouldn't let me. But, but my husband was like, what? No, you can never do this. Like, you can never do this, ever. And then we moved to Indiana, and here in Indiana, they have this one really, really high bridge that's an old train trestle, and it's all like broken down and stuff. And they were doing base jumping off of it, and I was like, oh, we should go. I totally want to do this. And he was like, no, you can't jump off things just tied to a string. It's not okay. We have children. You're a parent. You can't do this stuff. And I was like, what? Oh my gosh, that would be amazing. Right? I've never done it. Complete missed opportunity in my life. So now I have to wait until I'm like in my 80s or something, and the husband has dementia and doesn't know how to tell me no anymore, and I'm spending the kids' inheritance, But I'm going to get there someday. It's going to happen. A tandem jump. Ooh, that's fun. Well, when the kids were little, having 3 girls, and at the time that they were younger, obviously I have 2 girls and a boy now, but when they were younger, having 3 girls, they really put me through my paces. You know what I'm saying? Like, lots of stressful moments while the girls were growing up. And here pretty soon, I'm going to be retired. Well, like 9 years from now, I'm going to be retired, and I'm going to be old enough that I can do stupid shit. And I cannot wait. It's going to be fabulous. I'm going to call him on the way. I'm 85 years old. I've got a walker, and I'm going to be like, hey, I'm not going to be around a phone for a while because I'm going base jumping. Okay, love you, bye. And they can just think about it, okay? They can just think about it for a minute. It's going to be great. Oh my gosh, Liza. Wow. Wow. Yeah, that inheritance threat has been a threat with my family forever. But they use that as a big manipulation. If you don't do this, right? If you don't do this, if you don't take care of everybody except for yourself, I'm going to write you out of the will, whatever. And I'm like, go on then, none of y'all have any money. All you have is debt. Right? Joke's on him. FaceTime before you jump out of the plane. I just put it on TikTok, alien, and don't say anything to anybody, right? Nothing behind but the plastic. I'm telling you. Gotta live your life. Gotta live your life. Make it all worth it. Well, you know what? I have a house full of family heirlooms from both sides. Um, we've never really had, a lot of money. We make do, but we're not inheritance people. You know what I'm saying? There's no trust fund coming for my kids. Okay. Um, but there are a lot of memories, and they'll receive pieces from all the sides of the family. So there's that more than money. They'd probably prefer money, but that's all I got. Oh, that's amazing, Red. Well, I don't know. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I mean, I think that would be a good thing. Yeah, you can do whatever you want in America. You can leave it to your neighbor. You can leave it to a cat. You can leave it to a tree. You can set up a trust fund for a tree on your property, and all of your money goes towards maintaining that tree. Donate it to charity. You could do whatever you want. Give it to the neighbor's kids. Who's told you he needed your permission? Wow. Wow. I love it. I love it. It does, Brett, I do think that's a good thing. I mean, unless it comes to the point of like elder abuse or parental abuse where your children are the abusers, then I would think that should be an exception. You know what I mean? 50% of what you usually get. So if there's two kids who would usually inherit half each, you still get 25, right? You know, when I was speaking of like spouses who have to consent for you to do something, when I was pregnant with, Lady Brittany, I had to have an emergency surgery, and I was refusing to have the surgery, even though my whole body was shutting down and I was dying, until they could tell me that the baby was viable and it would be a priority for them to save that baby, because I was only 4.5 months pregnant and I was afraid that she wouldn't make it. And they wanted us to sign documents that stated that the fetus was not a priority. right? And I refused to do it. And so the gynecological surgeon that was there was like, it doesn't matter because we'll just have your husband will sign this. And I was like, no, he won't. And he was terrified that I was going to die because everything was shutting down. And so he's like, I'm going to sign it. Now, mind you, I'm an evil person, okay, and I'm sorry, but I am. So I legit looked at my husband in the hospital and I was like, sign it. You go ahead and sign it. You better hope I die on that table. You sign that, you better hope I don't make it. I was so angry. I was so angry to be told that I am going into surgery and that my opinion did not matter. Didn't matter that somebody else could sign on my behalf because I'm just a woman. And then after we had the twins, and they told me, you know, if you get pregnant again, it'll kill you. So I was going to have my tubes tied. I went in to do that, and they required my husband's signature. I couldn't sign to have that procedure done, even though I would die if I got pregnant again. I had to have my husband sign off and give me permission because I'm female. I was mad as hell about that too. A major crime has been, oh, wonderful. See, then that's a really, really good law, Red. That's wonderful. Seriously, you should be proud of your country for that. That's amazing. It wasn't your choice. Right, Liza? It's terrifying, isn't it? Terrifying. The idea that it's a life or death situation and you don't get a say because you're just a girl. Shit pisses me off. You know what makes me madder about it? Want to know what really, really makes me mad about it? Is that I have told people that before, right, about these experiences. And they look at me and go, well, I can understand that. I mean, you know, what if your husband wants to have more kids? Then he would be a father of 3 and me and the baby would die. Why would you want to go through that? Why? If it can kill me, would he want me to do that? Like, it makes no sense, but I cannot tell you how many times people have gone, oh, I can understand that. I can understand that. Can you? Because I can't. But, you know. If you don't believe misogyny is real, it's probably because you're a misogynist. Oh, wait. Let me just... If you don't believe misogyny is real, it's probably because you're a misogynist. Just in case anybody missed that the first time. It's for the people in the back. Anybody who wants to watch this VOD later, just deal with that. In a good relationship, right? But what happens if you're not? So if I'm in an abusive relationship and I know that being pregnant will probably kill me and the child, I won't make it. And it's to the point that my doctor is telling me you have to have this procedure done. You cannot do this again. You will die. And if I'm in an abusive relationship, what a great way to terrorize me is to not give permission for that procedure so that I can just be absolutely terrified every time I have intercourse, right? What a great way to control me. Like, that shit should never happen to anybody. It's awful. But I wasn't, right? Love my husband to death. He's been a great husband. And I'm very, very, very grateful for that. He doesn't need my permission for anything that he does, Red, in this country. My husband does not need my permission for any medical procedure whatsoever, for anything having anything to do with doctors, any decisions that he makes. I don't need to be in the room. I don't have to be part of the conversation. They don't call me. I don't have to sign any documents, nothing. Now, financially, because of course we are financially connected, that's a different story. But medically, I've never had the VA ask my permission to do something with my husband once. Not once. They won't even let me be in the room for conversations with him. They will not talk to me about anything because of his rights of privacy. Nothing. I can't call them and ask them a question about him medically. Nothing. But the reverse is not true. I mean, I couldn't even tell you how many times in talking to doctors, they've asked me, you know, well, we need to call your husband, or have you talked to your husband about this, or how does your husband feel about this, right? Like, I couldn't even tell you how many times. More times than I could count. But it's not. And my experience is not unique. Like, this is that's a nationwide issue. So I mean, if you don't think it's a problem, look at it in reverse, you know what I mean, and ask yourself why this only exists one direction and not the other. Okay, Liza. Hey, Finn. Luckily, never was in that situation, but I know it's true with reproductive issues here in Germany too. Yeah. 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 Yeah, Red. Well, and after I had the twins and they told me, you know, you can't do this anymore. I had a doctor that was not my doctor, a different doctor, asked me the question in in a follow-up appointment. You know, are you sure you want to do this? Because what if one of your kids dies and you want to have another one? And I was like, what? You can't replace a human? Like, what the fuck did you just say? Like, I was so gobsmacked by that. I just thought it was like the worst thing anybody could possibly say to me at the time. Right? I'm still going to die. But I had, you know, a set of newborn twins. I just have them. Like, if you never heard of, I did not have postpartum depression. But what if I did? Why would you say something like that to a brand new mother of twins? Like, I was just completely floored. Ta-da! All done. I love how these are coming out looking together. Look at how good they look together. Yeah, I know what you're saying. And it's got this really cool bronze and gold metallic in it. I really like this one too. This one just pops. Looks like lines of gemstones in there. And this one's got those silvers and those bright, bright colors. It's hard for the camera to pick up the shine of those metallics, but it's so cool. Yeah, this has a gold metallic vein going through it. And then that bright swirl of blue there. Oh, and a baby spider. What you doing? What you doing, baby spider? No. No. Yeah, I really like the colors in this one. So we have these 4 that are 8x10s. And then we have, love this one. I just love those colors together though. But I dropped it down a little bit farther into the black. I really like it. This is the centerpiece. It's the only one that is not white on top, where the color actually shoots out of those cubes. Like it looks like it's exploding. And then this one, that also has that gold metallic in the background. These 2 are already on the website. And then we'll add this one to it. Look how good those look together. Don't those look good? So good. And now we're going to do this one, and it'll be the last one in the series. Oh. We need to make sure I sign these. I almost forgot. So those are signed. They sit over here and make sure that that signature paint is dry. And these can go back over here. I do want to do a little bit on those edges though, I think. But let's get this one done. Let's flip it. So I am super excited about getting the website all changed over. That's my big job in January. Clean up that website, make sure everything is listed. And then get all of these paintings up in series. I gotta figure out how to, all right, thanks, Red. I gotta figure out how do I talk about like the payment program or whatever? I don't even know what to call it, if I'm honest. Like, I don't know whether to write like on every listing on the website that you can ask for a payment plan. Should I put it in frequently asked questions? Should I post it at the top of the site? Like where when you click shop, should there be a banner there that says you can have a payment plan? I don't know how to do it. And see, it isn't like you can choose an option to pay for the whole thing or choose an option to do payments just organically on your own. I have to go in and manually set that up. So like you have to reach out to me and tell me, hey, I want a payment plan of 3 months, whatever. And then I have to go in and change that listing to set it up with that payment plan option. So like, I don't really know. I don't know the best way to tell people that that's an option. But I got to figure stuff like that out. Got to figure out what we're doing with the jewelry. Because I think I'm going to take it off the site altogether. I haven't made jewelry on stream in a year. And those pieces of jewelry that are up there were on Etsy. And then when we built the website, I moved them to the website. But I've literally just had them sitting here stored for over a year. So I need to figure out what to do with those things. But I do think as an option, I'm going to take it off the website altogether. I mean, I love making jewelry. It's fun. But all I want to do right now is paint. And nice thing about having a website is I can always make jewelry and put it back on there later if I want. I mean, nothing's stopping me. And the other cool part of it is, unlike an Etsy store, I don't have to like pay per item per month or every 3 months or whatever, right? To have them listed. They just are there. So it's not like it's really costing me money to have them there. I would just like it to be easier to navigate. Like, I don't want it so cluttered, you know what I mean? I don't just want a bunch of stuff on it to have a bunch of stuff on it. And I'd really like for the website to be more, I don't know, more representative of where I am now. You hear my tummy? Freaking starving. I don't know, I gotta figure it out. And I've been looking at like different art sites that do like virtual galleries and sales and all that stuff, like for you, and they take a percentage, whatever. So like I started following one of them on Twitter, right? And I was watching their posts and seeing who commented and everything. Well, that's not true. I followed 3 of them on Twitter. But one in particular posts like 50 times a day, so I see him all the time. And it's interesting to me. So these sites, they have sites and they have like a virtual gallery and they sell your art for you and whatever, and then they pull a commission from it, right? But they advertise you across social media and they do whatever they do, okay? But I've been looking at them and they're 100% full of artists. Like there's just artists all over the place. And it's like Etsy, okay? So, but it's like an art marketplace, basically, these websites. So you run into the same problem that you ran in with Etsy, right? Nobody can see you because there's millions of people trying to sell art on this one place. But here's the other side of it, is these websites are full of artists, but I don't think they're full of art buyers. So like when I went through their social media and I looked at who was commenting and what they were saying and who was liking their posts and all that kind of stuff, it's like 100% artists. So I'm like, all right. So if you have a website where you're promoting artists and you're selling art, but the only people on the website are artists who are trying also to sell art, then you're selling art to artists, but you're not actually selling to buyers, as in investors, right? Real art investors who purchase art. And I mean, I'm sure that that's a great way to make money for the website or for the company that owns the website. But I'm not sure that that's 100% helpful for the artist, is it? I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm looking at it wrong. Does anybody know anything about that stuff? Or has been part of like a website like that? I mean, and maybe just the artists are commenting on the social media and following them on social media. Maybe that's not indicative of what the website itself is actually doing, because I would have no idea about that. As far as if they're actually selling art or whatever. I mean, and does it help to have my brand put out there like that? Maybe that's, I don't know. I need like feedback from somebody because I don't know. I don't know if it's good or not. But I thought about maybe doing something like that this year. I don't know if that's a good idea or not. I don't know. It's just so hard to know, like, it's hard for me to know where to focus my efforts. Because there's just so many fucking options. Like, do you focus your time and effort on social media, Twitch, TikTok, website, marketplaces, art booking places, exhibitions, craft fairs, art fairs? Like, what's the right way to go? The thing is, I don't even think there's an answer to that. I mean, there's some dude on YouTube that has like Craigslist listings and has art sales at his house. And he's like, this is the only way to go. It's the only way to sell your art. Like, I don't think I want to do that. Don't think I want to have art sales at my house from Craigslist. That sounds kind of scary and dangerous to me. I mean, maybe it's not. But it seems like it would be. I don't know. But this year, this 2022, I am going to figure it out somehow. I wonder if this is a common problem for people who make things live stream. Like not knowing what direction to go or what to focus on. I wonder if that's a common problem. Like, I had to get a bunch of people together, poll a bunch of people, ask them. Because if it's not a common problem and it's just a me thing, maybe they'd have answers. I mean, and even if one person didn't have all the answers, maybe in a group collectively, we'd all have little pieces of the puzzle and enough to help each other out. Schedule on your Twitch. Try best to make a schedule and keep it 1 day a week on a schedule, and say there might be occasional times to stream more than once so you can increase it. Yeah. Hey, Blaze. Definitely. I started with Wednesdays. When I started streaming, I said I would be on Wednesday from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. Eastern, and I kept that day solid. Thursdays, I was doing Creative Vets, volunteering for their channel. Did that until they went back to face-to-face classes after COVID, and then brought Thursdays to my channel. So then I had 2 days. And then I streamed Mondays for a while, but that got really difficult for me to do with my work week. And I thought maybe Sundays would be better. Because it meant I could stream earlier in the day for people like you that are in the UK. I don't know. You would think, because I made that decision, I would have looked at my numbers and evaluated whether or not that was a good decision, but I've never done that. So probably should have done that. Pricing advice, 100%. Blaze, go ahead. I'll do my best for you. What gets in the way of your schedule, Kevin? And I sincerely hope you're not going to tell me it's because you don't want to stream when other people that you mod for or you watch are streaming. Because you cannot live your life around somebody else's schedule. It is okay to stream at the same time as other people on this platform. You don't have a choice. There's always going to be somebody streaming the same time as you.
Raising the prices on the ones already listed to have different prices for new ones next to them. Worrying about them not selling all if I price them higher. I'm trying to figure out the best way to do it. Don't feel right raising the price on the ones you already listed, but would it look too weird, confusing to have different prices on the new ones next to them? Yes, as Lua, absolutely. Price them all at the same price point and then put some on sale. Yeah, price them all at the same price point, but put ones on sale if you want some of them to go for less. Planning on Tuesday and Thursday, but then had to help out family one day. It just spiraled out of control of me forgetting. Yeah, I get that. I get that, Kevin.
Sundays are sometimes difficult for me because family want to do stuff on the weekends, right? So I try to schedule stuff like on Saturday or Friday night because I'm not streaming. But every now and then I have to miss a stream. And I try not to do it too often. I've been pretty good about it, honestly. I've been pretty consistent with my schedule. But like around the holidays, it gets difficult. Like I'm going to have 2 days off this week that I'm not streaming that I normally would. But I think that that's okay. So you need to reprice them, Blaze, because you initially priced them lower than what it costs to purchase the materials to continue to make them. Like, is that the issue? These glasses are really loose. Like, I need to fix that. So like you cannot restock because of how low you priced it. Oh, it's much better. Cat hair. Always cat hair. Is it on the brush? Time, details can't afford to keep spending 2-3 hours on something. Yes, Blaze. 100%. Your time has a value. You know, there's an interesting phenomena that happens with perceived value. So I could attempt to give something away for free, right? And nobody would want it because it has absolutely no value because it's free. I could then go back and say, hey, I'm offering this thing. It's only $5. Okay. And then people would say, well, it's not worth $5, but I'll give you 2 or 3. I can take that same item and say, I'm selling this for $20. And people will buy it outright and never even blink. Same item. And here's why. Because if it has a higher perceived value, we establish perceived status for us based on that value. We also try and find out why it was priced that way. So if something has a higher value, we are much more likely to look into what it says about that product, read a full description, understand how it was made, all of those things. And as an artist, if you price your art at a point where you can afford to recreate different art, not recreate it, but create more art later, where your art begins paying for itself and paying you to make it, then you may very well have less customers, but you've created a price point based on your past sales, how rapidly things sell, how often you should have to make more to sell it, and to pay for art that you're going to make going forward. So when you go to price something, you want to take into consideration, how much did it cost me to make it? How long did it take me to make it? What is the market point or market value of this product? And can I afford to meet market value, meaning price it the same as everybody else's? Not mass manufactured items, but one of a kind handmade items is your price point, right? Or do I need to price this lower or higher based on, you know, what I can do a year from now? Now, when I originally priced my paintings on the Etsy store pre-COVID, my cost of materials was a hell of a lot less than what it is now. And by the time I left Etsy, I was seriously bleeding money. It isn't that like I wasn't making enough or I wasn't breaking even. I was losing money and I couldn't afford to do that. Well, here's the thing, Blaze, and I'm going to be really blunt. So please don't take this as a negative, okay? I want you to hear me with the intention that I'm putting this out there. If you aren't selling a lot, what do you have to lose? Because now's the time to take those chances and see what happens. At the point that you have more customers and you try to make a change, you're going to have pushback and you're going to have problems, and then you're going to lose customers. At the point that you're just starting, even though you really want sales and even though you may want that money, and so you're attempting to please somebody based on a preconceived notion of what your market wants, now is the time to make those changes because you don't lose customers by doing it. So you have nothing to lose now. Whereas if you wait it out and try later, like the longer you wait, the more you have to lose. Does this make sense to you? It isn't that you're not busy. That's not it. That's not it. It's that you're trying to do something, and unfortunately, what you're trying to do is please a market, but you've not met your market yet, right? So you don't have a group of people, and you do have a few. I'm not, God, I hope you take this with the intention that I mean it. By market, I mean, okay, so let's say that there are 5 years from now, you have sold 100 bookmarks, and 20 of those bookmarks have gone to one group of people that you connected with in one outlet, okay? So 20 of those bookmarks went to people from Twitch that you met. That's a Twitch market for you. Now, 20 of those went from people from Twitter that you met. So you change your prices and you say, well, I've been losing money for a long time, or I really couldn't afford to do this, but I was scared to change it, and now I'm going to. And you tell that to the 20 Twitch people, and they understand you because they've been with you for this whole thing, and they understand your motives and what's been happening because they get your story. The Twitter people, they may catch part of that story, and a few of them may understand, but the rest of them won't. The other 60 people in that 100 never hear the story, don't know anything. They're buying off of a marketplace or wherever, right? And because they don't know, they're going to push back, but you're never going to hear anything from them because only 10% of the population in a sales area will speak to you about a perceived problem. Only 10%. The other 9 will never say a word, they'll just leave. So you literally have more to lose the longer you go. So those changes that you want to make or that you need to make should be made as rapidly as you find them. And the longer you pause on a problem that you have, the more you have to lose. So right now it should be less scary than what it would be later. Am I making sense? When it comes to selling goods. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm talking about. Buy something that is priced higher because they perceive that it's a better quality because it costs more. And if it's priced too low, people perceive that it is not as good quality. Absolutely correct. It's exactly what we're talking about in Skin Crop. And it's really, really true. The best place to see it, 100%, the best place to see that worked out is in real estate. So if I purchase a home for $50,000 and I repair that home because I'm going to flip it, right? So let's say I put $10,000 into that home. So that's $60,000 that I have invested. And I absolutely have to sell it for $70,000 in order to make that interest on that mortgage back and to flip that home into profit. So that's going to give me, let's say, a $5,000 profit by the end of it, okay? And that's all I'm looking to get is $5,000. When I go to a realtor, they're going to say, list this for $110,000 because nobody's going to buy it for list price. They're all going to want to, talk you down. So you're going to have to list it for $110,000 and then they'll bid whatever. But if you go to a real realtor, what they'll do is they will say, let's look at market value here, average sale price of these homes. They'll do a full cost analysis for you. It's about $200,000. So we're going to want to list this at $210,000 and sell it for $180,000. Now, that house is not worth $210,000, but you'll absolutely sell it that way because the people at that 110 price point, the people looking at that 110 price point, right, would have bought it and you would have lost $100,000 because the people at the $210,000 price point will never look for a home at 110. They will always look for a home at 200, 210. So it's absolutely 100% true. Yeah, then raise the prices and put the other ones on sale if you want to do that, or rotate through what's on sale. You can have weekly sales and rotate them through if you want. You get to do whatever you want. Hard pill to swallow, but it's been proven so many times. It absolutely has. And there is no difference in art. Art is 100% perceived value. 100% perceived value. Now, I can tell you that it is expensive for me to do what I do. I can tell you that I have thousands and thousands of dollars worth of supplies sitting around me right now. It is expensive to do what I do. It's expensive to do what Skin Crop does. It's expensive to do what Blaze does. But at the end of the day, I had to price my work, one, based on what I fully believe it's worth. And two, based on what it takes for me to sell a painting to actually continue to be able to paint, right? Because I want to pay for my own way. That's what I'm trying to do right now. Now, eventually, I want it to pay for more than that because I want to be able to retire and I want this to be my full-time job. But right now, I need this to pay for itself because if I can't get to the point where it pays for itself, I can't continue. So that's what I'm doing. I just need this to pay for itself right now. Stick to your guns because there'll always be people that try to devalue what you do, but those that enjoy what you do will buy it from a price point and enjoy it. It's true. I can tell you that I've sold a lot less paintings since I raised my prices. I can also tell you that for the year that I was on Etsy, if I break it down per month, okay, and then I look at where I am now per month, that for that year on Etsy, without knowing that I was doing it, by the way, I didn't know because I didn't look close enough at the fees and everything else. I lost money 7 months out of 12 in the year. So I only broke even 5 months. Now with my own website, selling less, selling to less people, in this year, now, and this is only for 6 months. It's not a full year, okay? I have broke even 50% of the time. So 3 months out of 6, I've broken even. Now it's not perfect, okay? I'm not telling you that my way is the only way to go, and that I'm not. But I am telling you that I'm improving. It's a definite improvement. And I need that. I need to constantly be improving, right? Losing out because you don't sell much anyway, right? Minimum wage for time effort. Absolutely, yes. You deserve minimum wage. Good Lord, Blaze. Small but detailed. Would people really pay what I need them to for a little bookmark? Blaze, I have seen calls for 4 galleries only taking tiny artwork. Take that into consideration. There's a full market that is just for tiny artwork. Yeah, I really did. I messed up. I mean, live and learn, okay? You know, I learned some lessons there. And when I say I need this to break even, I'm not talking about just selling art, okay? So take into consideration that when I say I need this to break even or I need to profit, okay? I mean, I need to profit, but right now I'll take breaking even every month. I'm talking about Twitch, Patreon, the website, like all of it, okay? So the subs, Patreon, the website, all that. Yeah, it is, Blaze. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. But if I were you, rather paying attention to well, I can't really say that. I was going to say rather paying attention to other artists in this area. I don't really want to say that because there's some really good people who will give you some really good input. But if you are getting a bunch of gatekeeping or you are feeling that way, then I 100% would just be looking someplace else, right? I just fucking move on. Like, okay. Or you can consider, you know, if there's a gallery who is like, a miniature has to be considered this. If you're looking at galleries or exhibitions or anything like that, and they have parameters on what they'll accept, then consider making a series just for an exhibition. Right? I mean, considering taking that as a, okay, so in order to be considered for this, I have to do X. Let me make a series specifically for this. Because if you do that, and even if you don't get accepted into that exhibition or that gallery or whatever, when you put it up, you can say, this was created specifically for X. I created this because I had a submission to the MoMA, the Museum of Modern Art. I mean, I didn't get in, but that's why I created this series. There's nothing wrong with that. It's the truth. Right? I mean, you got to give yourself opportunities to succeed. You know what I mean? Right. Okay, so that's what I'm saying. So if what you're making doesn't meet those standards and you're trying to apply for an exhibition, which by the way is pretty much the only time I would accept that type of gatekeeping, because all exhibitions or galleries have requirements for series. Right? Like they'll have an open call and it is only for this type of artwork. So that's acceptable. It's not gatekeeping. It's that they're telling you this is the only thing that we will accept. And I think that's okay. Now, if it's other artists or whoever telling you that your shit isn't good enough because it isn't as perfect as them, like, I'm not even going to hear that, right? Like, if I were you, I would 100% just not hear that shit. Because I will tell you every now and then, I get somebody who tells me what I can and cannot do with my art. Like, for instance, the latest DM that I got. Mrs., you can't really call these acrylic pours in this series, by the way. You can't really call them acrylic pours because you're painting over 90% of the pour and people can't see it. Like, and I hope you're listening. Last time I checked, I can call what I create anything I fucking want. I named my own kids. You didn't. I can name my own art. Just saying. Right, Islua? Yeah, exactly, Blaze. That's what I'm saying. So I wouldn't have a problem with a gallery like that, and I wouldn't have a problem creating a series specifically for a gallery, right? Go to different venues, geeky things. Yes, Comic-Con, Gen Con, any of that kind of stuff, 100%. PAX, any of those. Ren fairs, craft shows, art shows. Yes. Libraries. Book shows. I'm just saying, I mean, you know, people will attempt to make themselves feel better by making you feel less.
And it's really common. And some people don't even have the intention to do that, right? It's subconscious and they don't even know that they're doing it when they do it. Right, Kevin? I mean, it's possible that you could walk into, a small boutique and owned store and say, hey, right? A small bookstore and say, hey, I make these, right? Would you be willing to sell them on a consignment deal? Would you be willing to buy them outright and sell them here in your store? I mean, you can always do that too. And then you have stuff in stores. Here, you can buy a vendor booth or a section of a store and then put all your stuff in it. We have a bunch of antique stores and little flea markets and junk stores like that where you can buy a section and put your stuff there and then they sell it for you and take a commission. I mean, yeah, exactly, Isla. I mean, like I said earlier, I'm not 100% sure which way for me to go. Because there's so many fucking options that sometimes it's overwhelming. You know what I mean? Yeah, the small family run little boutique businesses are little, yes, 100%. I sold quite a bit of jewelry because I walked in the door for some lady who had a dress shop and I was like, do you have any accessories in here? And she was like, no. And I was like, well, I make artisan handmade jewelry. Do you want to see it? And I had a little photograph book with just regular little pictures in it. And I was like, here's some of my jewelry. Not the best portfolio, okay, but it worked. And she was like, yeah, can you bring some in for me to look at? And I was like, sure. So I brought it back and she bought 10 pieces and put it in there. I have no idea whether she sold them or not because she went out of business and I never spoke to her again. But she bought 10 pieces. I sold 10 pieces outright. I would have put them in there on commission, meaning she takes my stuff and she pulls a percentage of sales and I get the rest, but she just bought them outright. And that's a you never know till you try kind of deal, you know what I mean? I'm also considering entering stuff in my state fair to see if I could get a ribbon. I don't know. Just to get my name out there locally. Because at this point, I'm in 18 countries and 32 states, and nobody here owns any of my shit. I have zero local business. Right. I know you don't. But maybe a carnival. You guys have carnivals and stuff, right? Pooling ideas and experiences, absolutely skin crop. I mean, and that's part of why, like, I wanted to share the whole Etsy debacle with everybody as I was going through it. And as much as I'm uncomfortable talking about, you know, exact dollar figures or finances or whatever, I pulled them all up and put them right on the screen for everybody to see so that you guys could actually fully understand this is what it's costing me. This is why I'm making the choices I am, because if I hadn't looked at those Etsy numbers in or figured out that their fees were on 12 different pages, 12 pages, They didn't list out, here's what we're going to charge you in the fees. They were on 12 separate portions of their agreements and had to be searched up. And I was like, if I can't find this, nobody is looking this hard. Right? And so I was like, you know what? I'm going to share all this, and it makes me uncomfortable, and I don't like it. But I'm going to do it because this is good information, and people need to know. And hopefully it helps somebody. I mean, I know a whole handful of people were like, well, I'm getting a website. Right? And I had like 3 or 4 people in DMs like, hey, Mrs., I just looked through my Etsy and yeah, you're right. Mine looks exactly the same as yours does. This is fucked up. And I didn't know it. So yeah, definitely, like Skin said, you know, pulling other people and learning from their mistakes so you don't have to make them is fucking great. Your Etsy's empty now. Mine is too. Nickel and diming, right? Right. And I'm not saying they're bad. I 100%. I got zero problem. I bought stuff for Christmas off of Etsy sellers. I don't have any problem with Etsy or Etsy sellers in particular. What I had a problem with was the fact that I was losing money by being on there. Like that, I can't afford to do that. Like, I just couldn't afford it. Right, Islua. Well, I don't have the skills to make my own website. I mean, GoDaddy, the one I chose, pretty much, you know, built that shit for me because it's so damn easy and it's like, I don't know the term. It's like themes. It was easy because it was already made. I don't have to do any coding or figure any of that shit out. But yeah, I totally get it. And I don't think it's a bad way to go. I mean, I've had 2 Etsy stores in my lifetime, right? The first one was phenomenal. It did a great job. But back then, Etsy had not sold. And it really was 20 cents a listing. It really was. That's all the fees that there were. Cat hair. Where does it all come from? Why is there so much? It does practically build itself. It's really easy. 100%. I could not have done it if I had to like code or anything, right? It's just in the air at this point. It's ridiculousness. Allison, hi. How are you? Postage side. Yeah, I know. That's my struggle. I'm gonna be honest though, that was also my struggle on Etsy. I didn't do great with it there either. Obviously, I'm just not good with it. Thank you. Happy Sunday to you too. A paint pen, yes. These are not my favorite paint markers. I'm gonna tell you right now. They are acrylic paint. But for this little bit, I like the effect. I bought them to add some layered detail to the geode paintings, which I really like. Losing money at the moment because I calculated badly. Right, yeah, so you have to fix that. You got to fix that, Blaze. White down on rivers for your pieces because gel pens, yes. What brand do you use?
These are some stuff I bought on Amazon. Did you? What one did you get, Allison? I have 100 of them all packaged up so that I never know which ones people got. And it's been really, really freaking cool it's like a gift to me to find out who got what. You got yours from Sam's Club? Yeah, I just got these from Amazon. I'm not completely unhappy with them. I absolutely love the colors. I like the coverage that I get. So I wouldn't say it's a bad purchase. But here in just a second, I'll show you the part that I don't like about them. If my camera would zoom in on it, it's white. My camera's going to have trouble zooming in on that white tip. Let me get a different color and I'll show you. Yours are oil-based. Yeah, these are acrylic. They're acrylic paints. They're water-based, opaque, and they're an extra fine point. Oh, no. Don't go check. Don't go check. It's okay. I'm glad you got it. When do you finish moving? I thought I heard you say that you were going to be moved by first a year. What is that? Package. None of the other colors get used. Okay, hang on, let me look. Oh. Yeah, those are completely different. That's a whole different kind of pen. So these are actually acrylic paint in these pens. So if I paint, like for instance with this white, so the difference in tone and color from this marker to this Art Deco white is nothing. There's no difference. Which I love. Ooh, I almost just dropped my mic. That would have been bad. Where's a good example? Maybe this red? No. No. The fuck? Probably this one. This one. Nope. Oh my God. You think I never fucking use these pens? Where the hell? I can't find my... Okay, well, I guess I can't show you because I can't find anything that I want to find for whatever reason. Like, I feel like every time I grab one, they're just making a liar of me right now, these pens. Smudge it around with your finger. Oh, nice. Okay. Will it focus on this? See that bit of acrylic paint on the tip of that? The problem is that that dries just a tiny bit in the lid, and then it cakes up the tip of these markers. These have a softer head to them, so the paint stays in there and doesn't dry. So these are, but they're a much rounded, more rounded tip, so I can't get the details that I can with something else. So, for instance, see that line? See the difference? This silver is supposed to be a fine point, but that's as thin of a line as I can get. So I don't consider that a fine point. Now, with this same fine point marker, it has a very, very firm head on it. If I move slowly along the surface, I get that wide of a line. Hey, sunshine. Okay, go ahead and bake. Now, if I do the same with a pen like this, if I move very slow and I have a very light hand, so that thing's barely touching, what happens is I end up skipping sections because I'm trying to be so light on the paper to make a thinner line, much harder to deal with. So these, with the really, really firm tips, I like much better than these, which are from, it's Craft Smart from Michaels. Now Michaels sells these as professional paint pens, by the way. I got 40 of these for Amazon, 40 of these for the same price that I paid for 2 of these professional paint pens that I've never used on a single painting because I hate the head. So the ones I do like are an off-brand. They're inexpensive, but I consider them much higher quality. They do dry out completely. They don't clog up. Now these do, they will clog up. Ooh, I hate to do that. I don't want to do that. Where's something black? If I put something black behind it, can you see it? Can you guys see how that tip is not as clean as that red one was? Because I use it all the time and it's all got dried paint around the edges of it. So that is the downside. However, the only thing it takes to correct that is to run this thing against a little piece of paper towel, take your marker, push the tip of it back into the thing, and it's perfect. So you waste a tiny bit of paint, but it's nothing. And that's how you keep them clean. So I don't like that they clog up. It's the only downside to them, but it isn't debilitating, and I continue to use them. Hi, Lottie. Art Skill Standard markers. No color labels, and the lids are not accurate. Still trying to use them, and you can't write. Well, sometimes you just go with what you got. I will tell you, as far as like alcohol ink or alcohol-based markers, I bought these. These are by Royal Langnickel Azure alcohol-based markers. And these come with a fine point on this end and a wedge tip on this end that's thicker. And what I like about them is how incredibly blendable they are. I did this entire card with those. There's no other anything else on it. They do. They act a lot like Copic markers. But I paid $7.99 for each one of these sets. So I paid $15 for the 2 sets. That comes with a blender, by the way. This is a blending tool. Yeah, exactly. And these are the colors that I got. So I've got this nice pastel set, and then I've got this nice bright set, which is pretty much all I'm ever going to need because I can blend the colors out, right? And I've been really happy with them, actually. But I bought them, I bought the first set, I bought the darker set first to try them out. And I was like, no, I need lighter so that, like, because the more you use them, the darker the ink gets, right, on the paper. And I was like, yeah, I need lighter. If I'm going to be blending and doing stuff, I need lighter, not darker. So I went back and got this set. And there are 3 markers, the green 1, green 6, and blue 10, that are the same in both sets, but nothing else is. And I was fine with that. I was like, that's okay. But I freaking love them. And I bought these. I just completely blanked where I bought these from. I don't think I bought them on Amazon. I bought them from Meijer. I bought them at Meijer, the grocery store. That's where I got them. And again, they're called professional artist markers. Other than touch-ups on the sides of these canvases, this series is done. And I haven't swept my studio floor for a hot minute. So, like, there's paint chips all over it. But I'm going to lay these out. Oh, nice. Scoot over my cat toys, you know. Why am I struggling so much here? Okay, if you guys promise not to judge me on the floor, all right? Let me take you for a little ride here. Okay. Is this gonna work? No, you're gonna see it sideways if I do this. How can I get you to face the right way? I can't with this arm. Okay, well, there's a series sideways. It's as close as I can get. I could move them around so that they were facing the right way for you. But, you know. Oh, I really like it. This is going to be so pretty on the wall. And I love that it feels like the story's complete. Yeah. So okay, let me move them because I want to put the camera on them so that you can see. Oh. Yay. Asper. Yeah, let me get them moved. Oh my gosh. Asper, thanks for rating me.
Oh no, the dog is dead. That's not what I wanted. Ah, no, 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 no.
No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Okay, I could figure out, I can mess with that layout forever and never get it right. Okay, check this out. Damn it. Damn it. Okay. Y'all, I think this is as close as I can get. This is about as close as I can get. I know it's not perfect. Oh my gosh, Kevin. Go wrap presents. Yes, the series is done. I'm going to touch up the edges on some of them. But yes, this series is done. Right, my Christmas shopping is done. We're having Christmas on Thursday. That's why I'm not streaming on Wednesday and Thursday. Yeah, so Alien, the one that you like, the one in the center, is the only one with color coming out of the cubes. So this whole series is me telling a story. So you put things in little boxes, right? You put your work life and streaming, and sometimes your friends are even in little boxes where friends don't meet other friends and you just keep them to yourself, and everything is families in a little box and everything's all compartmentalized. And what happens when you compartmentalize things is you make a great secret keeper. So if you have an abusive family or spouse, partner, boyfriend, girlfriend, whatever, and they separate you from everything else, and they create an environment where you have to have everything boxed into little boxes and you can't talk to other people. It's extremely unhealthy. And what happens is your world becomes black or white. And a lot of times, when you realize that this is what you're doing, you just do it by habit because it's what you've always done, right? And then you come to a point of change. You come to a point where you're like, you know what? I need my life to be different, and I need to do different things, and I need to learn something. And you come to this point of change. And that's what this is. When all of a sudden, instead of everything being trapped in these little boxes, all the color just comes out and you're like, wow, right? That's why there's only one that way. That's why there's only one point of change. Because everything else is just a different version. It's somebody else's little life in boxes. It's somebody else's experience of being trapped, or of only seeing the world in black and white, or not being able to get to that compromise or that gray area, right? Each one of these is somebody else's experience in that. And that's the point where you come out. So that's why I painted it. And I wanted to do it in series because when I painted these first two, it didn't seem like enough. It seemed to me like this is something that so many of us can relate to, right? And some people have, a bunch of boxes. And some people don't have as many boxes. And some people's boxes are just hard as stone and are never ever going to change, and it's okay because they're fine that way. And some people's boxes are all bright and shiny gold, and some people's, you know, they look like a water scene, and they look different. And I wanted to be able to make enough of these paintings that no matter where you are in this series, you could see you. Thank you, Cass. So yeah, they're going to be sold separately because I don't think, I mean, I guess somebody could buy the whole series and hang it that way because then you get the whole story. But I honestly believe that each individual painting tells its own part of the story well enough that they should be sold individually. Like those should go to individual people who those call out to, right? It's like the purple and blue. I did that pour, Islua. My second stream on Twitch when we moved from Mixer to Twitch. That's why it's those colors. This pour right here, ignore my floofy. You like my slippers? Look, I have balls. Okay. I have
Yay!
I have pom-poms. I don't. I meant pom-poms. I'm just going to move on. Yes, I do like this one. This one has never been seen by any of you before. I poured it off stream. Hi, Art. Thanks for hosting. I meant, look, but it's cute. I have a little bow and little pom-pom. I meant that they're cute, okay? Ugh. Okay. I'm just going to pick up my painting. Just take my ball and go home, okay? Y'all are bad. I know it's not your fault. It's my own fault. My own fault. See if we can get this back where I need it to be. Is good? I think it's good. Words are hard, right? I like my floofy big old slippers. I know I do get into this trouble by myself. They're comfy and my feet are warm. And they have little pads on the bottom of them so I can go outside. Do you like it? Do you like it? I know, I feel so fancy. I have a shirt on underneath it and it's like 5 times too big for me. So it's like super comfy. So I bought it huge. I'm pretty sure the husband could probably fit in the shirt. It's so big. But it's not like iron-on or whatever. You know what I mean? Like my name isn't on with pieces. The entire shirt is printed this way. So it's just, it's all, yeah, it's really nice. It's really nice. I love it. I was super excited. I feel so official. You know what I mean? Because I have my No Friends Left Behind shirt from Herc and Irk and everybody. Yes. I do feel fancy like Applebee's. And then I got my Wounded Warrior shirt and my Wounded Warrior hoodie and a Gamehurst jersey, and I'm like a strimmer now. And my grandson spent the weekend with me, and I put on this shirt and he was super impressed and told me I was cool. So let that sink in, people, okay? Just let that sink in with you. My grandson thinks I'm cool. Hey, Mama Jewel. Like nothing else mattered after that. You know what I'm saying? Whole world's opinion doesn't matter. Sorry, y'all. Love ya. But the grandson said I'm cool, so he's right. Uh-oh, Cass. That's what I'm saying, right? He has to be right. He's at such a fun age. You know, in about 3 years, he's not going to think I'm cool anymore, right? Like, that'll be gone. Because, you know, that 3-4 year window when he hits that teenage, all this is gone. There will be no more of Mama is cool and Mama is my favorite. That'll be out the window. Oh, yes. See, Mama Jewel, exactly. You're not wrong. You're not wrong, Erg. That was not the way when I was a grandkid. No. No. But I'll tell you, I spent the entire day yesterday. I didn't even turn on my computer. It was just me and Matthew. Obviously, my husband was also here, but it was me. It was about me and Matthew. Okay. So we played Rock'em Sock'em Robots, and we played Operation. We watched a couple of movies. We watched Super Cooper Sunday. We just hung out all day long, and he ate all day long. And I don't mean a little. I mean this child. Okay, so he ate a Jimmy Dean's sausage, egg, and cheese croissant, followed by cereal, followed by tuna fish and crackers, followed by a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, and then he wanted Wendy's. So we had Wendy's. And this morning we woke up and he had a Pop-Tart and another sausage, egg, and cheese croissant. And then had Chinese food. And then dumplings. Oh, and then he talked me out of some candy. And he had a blueberry muffin and 2 donuts. I don't know. I don't know what all he ate. I mean, they dropped him off here like he was here for 36 hours. That's it. He was here for 36 hours. Yeah, it was real difficult. I was like, "Oh, you want some? Go get you some, babe." That was my exact response. Mama, why do you have this candy up here? Oh, you want some? Go get some. Yeah. He took 2 things of it home with him in his bag. Take it with you. Let's go. Yeah, the juicy drop, horrible sour things. He's got 3 of those. He had 1 that he was eating on here and then 2 in his bag. Hey, fish. He can have whatever he wants. I don't ever care. He is tiny, Asper. He is tiny. But he's got a killer metabolism because he doesn't eat a whole lot in like one setting, right? Like he'll eat like one little breakfast sandwich or whatever, like a normal person, but he doesn't eat a whole lot in one sitting. Oh yeah, he had chips and dip too, and nachos. But like he'll eat, and 45 minutes, an hour later, he's like, I'm hungry. And I'm like, well, what do you want? So he'll eat, he just grazes all day long. Take all the sour stuff, right? He's not going to eat it. Oh my gosh. I have something poking me on my back. Yes, 100% all day long, skin crop, all day long. And I don't know if if the parents on both sides will let him do that all day long, or if they argue with him about wait till dinner or whatever. But I 100% don't give a shit when your meal times are. You hungry? All right, what you want to eat? Let's get you something. I'm hungry, but it's almost time for bed. What do you want? Let's get you something. I don't care. You can eat all day. I don't care. I'm just saying, yeah. 5 minutes and we're about ready to go out to dinner with the family and you're hungry. What you want to eat? You can eat. Yeah. I get to do that. It's great. Lady Brittany was calling to check on him. Are you having fun? He's like, yeah. And she's like, well, you were supposed to call me. Why didn't you call me? He's like, yeah, I forgot I was playing with Mama. And he gets ready to go to bed. She calls and she's like, is he already asleep? Because he was supposed to call and tell me goodnight. I'm like, no. He's laying in bed with his phone watching Super Cooper Sunday. And she's like, he can't have his phone in bed, Mom. I'm like, you don't own that bed. That's Matthew's bed in his own room at my own house. He can watch one more episode of Super Cooper Sunday and then he can go to sleep and I'll go take his phone. Like, what are you talking about? Oh my gosh, no. So then she's like, you were supposed to call me at bedtime. Why didn't you call me? And he's like, I forgot. And then he did lie on me, by the way, because she asked him what we did, and he said, I beat Mama at Rock'em Sock'em Robots, and it's not true. He did not beat me, okay? So I need that to go on the record. I beat him twice. He did beat me in Operation, though, because between tracks, trying to bump my arm constantly. I don't know if you've ever tried to play Operation when you have a cat that won't leave you alone and tries to bite anything that's in your hand, but it's impossible. And I consider that cheating because tracks never bothered Matthew at all. Okay? He never, like Matthew had the little tweezer things and he'd just be able to get it right out of there. Trax just watched him do it, didn't even do anything. And the second I had him in my hand, Trax was like, bump. The little nose is just going off constantly. So I did lose at Operation. I'll give him that, okay? But the game was thrown. It's not my fault. But no, we have fun. We had a good time. I love it when he comes over and stays. It's fun. I usually get him for like, an evening and we'll have dinner or whatever, and then he has to go home. Or, we'll have him for like a day if we're going to go do something and Matthew's coming with us, whatever. But he doesn't stay over for a whole weekend very often anymore. So that was fun for me. I liked it. It was good. Oh, good Lord, you guys, it's like 5 o'clock. No wonder I am so hungry.
Talking about all this food making fish hungry. Oh, that's nice. It's 5 o'clock here. And I'm freaking starving. My stomach keeps grumbling and I'm paranoid you guys can hear it. All right, so before I find somebody to raid. So, I am not going to be here Wednesday and Thursday this week because we're going to be celebrating Christmas. I know, right, Alien? It went really quick. Real time. Texas time. You can do it, Blaze. And if it turns out to be a bad decision, you know what? You can undo it because you have complete control. That's the great thing about it. So I'm not going to be here this week, but I will be back next Sunday. And we're going to start on a new series. And then here in a couple of weeks, we're going to start on that custom soap for Soap Cult. I haven't figured out how we're going to do New Year's, though. But we'll figure it out. Anyway, I will be back Sunday, this same time, 1 p.m. Eastern, which is noon Central, right? That's right, right?
Yay!
Is that how the time goes? No worries, Kevin. It's okay. It's just going to be like that for the holidays. Who's streaming? Who we want to go say hi to? What do we want to see? What do we want to do? Oh, should we go raid the gamers and you all can tell them I'm sporting their jersey? Because we could do that. 7 p.m. European, right? We could do that. Is Lorelai on? Is she? Where's she at? Show more. Why don't I see her? Am I not following her? Am I not following her? I'm not. What the actual fuck? Wow. All right, can you guys go like give her big love for me so that I don't feel like such a complete fucking asshat? Because that would be great. Why? Why am I not doing this right? What is happening? What is even happening? What am I doing right now? There it is. Lord love a duck. Okay. Please hang out for the raid. Show her tons of love. Okay? Just somebody fucking help me not look like the asshole that I am. Oh my God. Okay. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. There it is.
Holy shit balls. Please come with me. Please. Please come with me on this raid because I fucking earned it. Okay? The struggle. Oh my God. Okay. I love your faces.